got to see. If I stay here with you, girl, things just couldn't be the same. 'Cause I'm as free as a bird now, and this bird you cannot change. Oh, and the bird you cannot change. And this bird you cannot change. Lord knows I can't change.
Good evening, you scumbags. How is everybody? Gar, just me, just Gar, only Gar. No Helmet. Helmet is off duty tonight, as he has been every second week for the last while since he started this job. So as you know, it kind of alternates between just me, and then the week after it's me and Helmet for the full Lost Art experience. OMG, omga. So yeah, just me tonight. I think it's a really good playlist actually. I kind of spent the week tapping away at the playlist and then removing stuff, throwing stuff back in, and then I read online it was International Goth Day. So I was like, okay, so let's put a little extra sprinkling of goth, bit of goth in there. So I said, yeah, there's a bit of goth, a bit of goth music, a bit of punk, bit of hip hop, bit of alternative. I don't think there's much metal. There's a little bit of metal in there, a little bit of 80s. I got one or two little pop bits and pieces. Well, it's a song that I forgot existed actually, that I completely and utterly forgot existed, and it's fucking garbage. But it's amazing garbage, absolutely amazing garbage. I'm gonna play that well later. So yeah, we're gonna do that. I've got like 22, 23 songs lined up. I'm gonna need more than that. So what I will be doing, I'll be asking you gang at home for requests, and we'll get to the requests at the later end of the show. I'm drinking. It feels like I haven't done this in ages because last week me and Helmet done it from the pub. We done our show from the pub together. It was the first ever live show that we done together, and it was great, but it was really fucking weird being in a room with him after not being in a room with him for like 6 months. I think the last time we were in a room together, we were doing the commentary for the wrestling videos that Helma had made for YouTube, and we tried to record a podcast. We got so drunk that we couldn't finish the podcast, and I think when that podcast came out Monday, we had to record the second half of it at home remotely because we were that fucked up, we were that destroyed. I don't even remember what the podcast was about. I remember I forgot my notes and I was trying to read stuff online while I was talking, but I was so drunk I kept pressing the wrong buttons and stuff like that. It was an absolute disaster. Did we have a little cuddle? Asks Jill. I don't think I actually touched him. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I didn't really get near him. Even when we were sitting down, we were on opposite sides of tables. We were trying to be a little bit smart, but if there was no global pandemic, I would have cuddled the life out of him, 100%. Of course, we're going to cuddle the life out of him. So yeah, we're going to be here for a couple of hours, talking some shite, playing some music. Do me a favour, while it's nice and early, share out the link. I'm trying to grab my notepad here. Do me a favour, share out the link for me. It's nice to get a little boost at the start. It really goes a long way. Because I've done a little bit of advertising this week, but not a lot. I don't like advertising the show I do by myself as much as the show I do with Helmet. It doesn't feel fair. That is the real show and should get more weight thrown behind it. But what I like to do is I like to wait until we're actually up and running, and then ask you guys to do a little bit of sharing. If you're talking to people on in your inboxes because it's Saturday night, if you're having a drink at home, having a smoke at home, whatever you're doing, tell them what you're doing and maybe they can tune in as well. Tell them to create an account so they can get involved here in the chat room. Chat room is where it is happening, and I'm gonna need you guys. I'm gonna need you guys to give me a dig out tonight with some questions. Got any questions about anything? Type them in. Have any comments about anything? Type them in. You're watching something. You're listening to something. I don't know, you stick something new up your arse. I don't know. Tell me. Put it in the chat room. Give me something. Because I have a couple of notes, but they're not going to go very far. They're just not going to go very far. Even though this week, and I'll get to it later, I was probably a little bit more, how would you put it? It was definitely busier. But like I was kind of doing worky stuff, if you get me. I was doing a little bit of, like I was in the job, not just hanging out in the job, feeding fish. I had a few bits and pieces to do this week. I actually had some filming to do as well. We'll talk about that later. First things first, it was Morrissey's birthday yesterday, so I'm going to play probably my favourite Morrissey song. We're allowed to play Morrissey again, as long as he stops, as long as he shut up. He hasn't said it in 2 years now, which is great. As long as he shuts the fuck up, people will be able to play Morrissey again. So this is here's a couple of tracks kicking off with probably one of my favourite Morrissey songs, an old one.
With the world's fate resting on your shoulder, you're gonna need someone on your side. You can't do it by yourself any longer. You're gonna need someone on your side. Someone kindly told me that you'd wasted 8 of your 9 lives. Oh, give yourself a break before you break down. You're gonna need someone on your side. And here I am, and here I am. Well, you don't need to look so pleased. Day or night, there is no difference. You're gonna need someone on your side. Day or night, there is no difference. You're gonna need someone soon. And here I am, and here I am. Well, you don't need to look so pleased.
Yes, this is the campaign slithered in trails in the cargo bay. A new turd is a vastness, hollow vacuum, choppy oxygen tanks. They hibernate, but how they kiss the ground, pucker up and kiss the asphalt now. Tease this amputations, winter layering, shit has access now. Get away, send transmission to the water system. Get away, send transmission from the water system. Get away, send transmission from the water system. Get away.
That was The Cure with In Between Days. Before that, we had At the Drive-In with One Arm Scissor. And You're Gonna Need Someone on Your Side by Morrissey to start it off. As I said, that's one of my favourite Morrissey songs. Fucking Spotify needs a redesign, lads. It's really, really terrible on a Windows desktop. I don't know if anybody uses Spotify on their desktop. I'm sure 99.9% of people use it on their phones. But where the volume control is, first of all, the volume control is tiny. But like 1 millimeter, like a single pixel away from the volume control is the full screen button, which you don't really need. Which all it does is it blows up the artwork to be in full screen. And when you do it, you lose all controls for volume and stuff like that. And I'm always hitting it. Always. Every time. That's why I didn't bring the volume down on that. I had to just hit pause. Like, it's a fucking nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare is what it is. Anyway, Dublin City's reopening. How crazy is that? Dublin City is reopening. Slowly, but surely. And I've been walking through town since last Monday when it reopened. So we're the guts of a week into it now. And one thing I noticed is that the shops that I thought would have had lines outside it didn't, which is kind of weird. So when I was going to work kind of early on Monday, obviously there was a queue outside Penny's, right? That's just a given. There's going to be a queue outside Penny's, all of them that I went by. But when I was coming back from work, like 3 hours later, because I'm not spending much time at work, like 3 hours later, no queue, people just walking in off the street willy nilly, no problem. And I passed by about 3 different Pennies, and they were all the same. Just walk straight in, no messing. I didn't go in because I'm broke. I'm fucking broke this week, and it's rent next week. Hence, there's going to be an awful lot of spamming of the Ko-Fi link tonight, lads. Just get used to it. The tip button, just get used to it, because I'm smashed. I have to pay me rent next week, but and I do need a few bits and pieces. I really do. I need to grab the usual jocks and socks. I could do another hoodie or two, because I've got a couple of hoodies that, like, because I got real fat over the lockdown. I need to grab another hoodie or two that's going to hold me over until I start like being a real human and lose my fucking pandemic weight. Also, don't worry, if anybody put on weight during the pandemic, you're going to lose it. Once shit goes back to kind of half normal and you get to do stuff, like, it's just going to fall off you. Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Don't be stressing. It's 100% a fact. I didn't get my hair cut yet either. I was holding out. I was talking to the barber next door to the job. And I was like, well, I go in today and just get it done. I was like, I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm not enjoying the back and sides of my head being incredibly fluffy. But the top end of it, I'm alright with the kind of length on the top of it. So I think that's what I'll do. I think I'll keep the top end and just get the sides done, as opposed to getting anything taken off the top. I think I'll just let that go fucking wild. But as I was saying about the queues, no queues for Pennies, no queues for like JD Sports, Sports Direct, any of that kind of stuff. Stuff I would have assumed people are going to be lining up to get into. The only shops that had big giant lines outside them, and this is fucking crazy, charity shops. Charity shops had insane lines outside them to get in. Like, everybody... Now, okay, so I love charity shops. I go into charity shops at least 4 or 5 times a week. They're like... I'd pick a charity shop over pretty much any other kind of shop, because I'm a sap for that surprise me with what I'm going to find type of thing, right? That's why I rarely like pre-order records or any of that kind of stuff, or even order them online. I do the odd time, but I'm a sap for like going into the shop with 50 quid in your pocket and buying 50 quid worth of records. You know, what I'm going to find, don't know what I'm going to find, might find something new, something old, love all that shit. Say with clothes, I'd rarely like see something online and say I have to get that. Like, that's very rare. I'll just go in somewhere and I see something nice, I grab it. But charity shops to me are like the ultimate expression of that kind of lucky dip mentality. But the people who are queuing up to get into the charity shops are not like, they're not charity shop people. They are people who like base their entire personality around the fact that they buy their clothes out of charity shops. And they're fucking up for me. I just want to buy He-Mans and records. Do you know what I mean? I really and truly just want to buy like 70s and 80s toys, and I want to buy like CDs and tapes and records, the stuff that they're going to walk past. But no, I had to get in a queue. So I didn't get in a queue. I just didn't. I didn't get one queue for charity shops. I waited about 3 days till all the fucking mutants bought their shit fucking shirts and non-vintage jeans and worn out runners or whatever the fuck they buy to make it look like they're poor. And I just waited, and then I rocked into every charity shop first time, no problem. On I think Wednesday I got in, no problem. Friday I got in, no problem. On Wednesday I found a complete, fully boxed He-Man and the Masters of the Universe board game. So of course I bought that. Are you mad? Of course I bought that. I walked home with that under my arm like a child. It has a little He-Man action figure in it and a little Skeletor action figure, like little miniatures. And it's just gonna stay in the box. I'm never playing that game. And then yesterday coming home, I found the 1970s Action Force, the precursor to the G.I. Joe action figure, and I found the 1976 Fisher Price Adventure People all-terrain vehicle for €1. So the kind of crappy retro toy collection took a little boost this week. Made me very happy because it's hard. You don't see toys in charity shops all that often. It's very rare, believe it or not. They tend not to carry them. I think it might be like a health and safety thing with CDs and shit like that. They're flat plastic. People can wipe them down and they stack kind of nice. Clothes, they clean them, they steam them, they iron them, put them out in the racks. Toys are probably up a child's arsehole and spat on and chewed on, and I don't think they want to just throw them in a tub and throw them in the corner or whatever. I only know 2 or 3 charity shops in the city that even bother carrying toys by any stretch, and most of the time it's jigsaws and board games and stuff like that, so it's difficult to find that kind of stuff, which bothers the shit out of me, because if you're on Instagram or TikTok and you see the Americans doing it, they walk into like a Goodwill store and they're finding like incredible stuff. Let's forget about the monetary value, like, oh, I got a whatever G.I. Joe worth $700 for 50 cents. Forget about that. Just the fact that they can walk into these stores and find like whatever they want, essentially. If they're in the market for playing cards, they'll find some sort of playing cards. Might not be the ones they want, but they'll have a selection of them there. They like old consoles or whatever. They'll find something like that. Strictly says there might be more post-pandemic because everybody had at least one pandemic clear out. Yeah. I think what's interesting is that when the first lockdown kind of ended around Christmas time, the charity shops weren't that busy. They weren't that busy. And I think because during our initial lockdown, people like painted their houses. They painted their houses and they done up their gardens and that type of stuff. They done like the kind of facade end of things. They painted their living rooms, they painted the front of their houses, that kind of stuff. Because if you remember, there was a big deal with the hardware shops staying open so they could get access to paint and stuff like that for DIY at home. And then the second lockdown hit, and I think a lot of people who had done all these jobs to their homes and gardens were like, they had to start looking kind of inwards. So then they start getting into the attic. They start, clearing out boxes of junk that have been in wardrobes, that type of stuff. So I think almost certainly the second lockdown caused more people to climb up into their attic or clear out the drawers or under the stairs or whatever the fuck it is. Because like where I got that He-Man stuff and the Action Force and the Fisher Price stuff, like that was all in the same charity shop, which means that someone's been cleaning out their attic. It's that simple, Someone had, and there's 10 years between those two things. Like between the Action Force and the He-Man, there's 10 years, which means there's at least 2 boys. They had 2 sons or whatever who were buying toys. So there's an attic full of junk, probably, or at least some, that went into that charity shop. And now the way the charity shops works, they don't pump it all out at once. They grab a handful of stuff and throw it out, because if they throw it all out at once, they'll be empty. It all goes out in little drips and drabs. So I essentially need to keep going back to this shop every available time to see if they pull something else out of the storage in the back. I'm not telling anybody where I get anything. Charity shops are very personal. They're very personal, which is weird. I tell you where I did go. I went up to Phibsborough last week. I'm going to play some music and then I'm going to tell you about my trip to Phibsborough, because it was interesting.
First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real, You the only father that I ever knew. I get my bitch pregnant, I'ma be a better you. Prophecies that I made way back in the veil. Fulfilled. Listen, even back when we was broke, my team ill. Martin Luther King would have been on Dreamville. Talk to her, nigga. One time for my LA sisters. One time for my LA hoes. Lame niggas can't tell the difference. One time for a nigga who knows. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved. 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 No role models and I'm here right now. No role models to speak of. Searching through my memory, I couldn't find one. Last night I was getting my feet rubbed by the baddest bitch. Not Trina, but I swear to God, this bitch will make you call your girl up and tell her, hey, what's good? Sorry, I'm never coming home, I'ma stay for good. Then hang the phone up and proceed to lay the wood. I came fast like 911 in white neighborhoods. Ain't got no shame about it. She think I'm spoiled and I'm rich cause I can have any bitch. I got defensive and said, nah, I was the same without it. But then I thought back to a better me. Before I was a B-list celebrity, before I started calling bitches so heavily. Back when you could get a platinum plat without no melody, you wasn't sweating me. One time for my LA sisters, one time for my LA hoes. Lame niggas can't tell the difference. One time for a nigga who knows. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved. 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 I want a real love, dark skin and Aunt Viv love. That Jada in that weird love. That leave a toothbrush at your crib, love. And you ain't gotta wonder whether that's your kid, love. Nigga, I don't want no bitch from reality shows. Out of touch with reality hoes. Out in Hollywood, bringing back 5 or 6 hoes. Fuck them, then we kick them to the door. Nigga, you know how it goes. She deserve that. She a bird, it's a bird trap. You think if I didn't rap, she would flirt back. Taking off her skirt, let her wear my shirt before she leave. I'ma need my shirt back. Nigga, you know how it goes. One time for my LA sisters. One time for my LA hoes. Lame niggas can't tell the difference. One time for a nigga who knows. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Fool me one time, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't put the blame on you. Fool me 3 times, fuck the peace sign. Load the chopper, let it rain on you. Fool me one time, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't put the blame on you. Fool me 3 times, fuck the peace sign. Load the chopper, let it rain on you. My only regret was too young for Lisa Bonet. My only regret was too young for Nia Long. Now all I'm left with is hoes from reality shows. Hand her a script, the bitch probably couldn't read alone. My only regret was too young for Sade Adu. My only regret could never take Aaliyah home. Now all I'm left with is hoes up in Greystone. With the stale face cause they know it's they song. She shallow with the pussy, she shallow. She shallow. She shallow with the pussy, she shallow. She shallow. She shallow with the pussy, she shallow. She shallow. She shallow with the pussy, she shallow. She shallow. Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved. 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 Don't save her, she don't wanna be saved.
center of the city where a road's being laid to the depths of the ocean where a hope sank to the I was moving through the silence without motion, waiting for you. In a window in the corner, I found truth.
Misfits with Die Die My Darling, Shadow Play by Joy Division, and No Role Models by J. Cole. As I said earlier, I got an interesting mix of stuff for you tonight. I'm going to fix this microphone so I'm a little bit clearer. Am I coming through all right? Levels look all right, but it's hard to tell sometimes. I drink a beer, so the hiccups will start pretty soon. I went off beer for like 2 years. I didn't drink beer. I just drank like whiskey. First of all, when I wanted to come off beer, I was drinking like vodka and lemonade, and I was like, oh, it's poxy. Then I'm drinking like vodka and 7-Up. No, sorry, that's the same thing. Vodka and orange juice. I was like, it's kind of fucking poxy as well. I don't like gin. I just don't like gin in any form. Gin and tonic in particular just tastes fucking awful. I don't understand how anybody can drink gin and tonic. It's just it's a fucking horror show of a drink. And I always liked a little bit of whiskey, but I'd always liked a little dabble of whiskey, and I decided to kind of move. I said, you know what, I'll just move to whiskey, and I'll drink it straight. And I was like, I'm just drinking it too fast then, and you get too fucking smashed, 2 hours into a night out or not working, but DJing, and you'd be on fire. So that's when the whiskey and soda water started, and I was on that for, Jesus, a year and a bit. I still drink it. Like, I've got whiskey here. I'm going to drink that later because I only have a couple of beers. But then there's something about a beer that's just hearty, you know. It's like, it's how would you even put it? It's like, it's calming having a beer, you know. Now, I'm very fortunate in the way that I'm not the type of person, I would never just have a beer. See, some people have a beer with dinner, you know, or after work they go for like a beer or two. I can't do that. I don't have that gene. I don't have the 1 or 2 gene. I have the night out gene, which means that every night is interesting because you have to take it to its conclusion. But yeah, I could never have 1 or 2 beers. But as I was saying, what beer am I drinking? I'm drinking piss right now. Pat asks, I'm drinking Carling right now. I had 3 cans of Carling. Carling is my weapon of choice for pissy domestic lager because it's not very strong and it doesn't taste like piss. It doesn't taste sweet like loads of pissy beers. Sometimes you get like a real shit kind of cheap beer and it has this sweet note to it that I can't do. Like Carpaccio or something like that. It's unpleasant. Carling is a little bit dry and it's not super strong, so it's perfect for just, especially for a night like tonight where I'm doing a little bit of work with you guys, playing some music, talking some nonsense. You don't want to be too on fire. You don't want to be too fucked up. A couple of beers is grand, get you in the mood for talking and having a bit of fun, but you can't get too far into it. Because last week when I was with Helmet, we got an atrocious amount of beer, and we got like 2 cans of this, 2 cans of that, 2 cans of this, that type of thing, and we tried to keep it in the middle. Because a lot of the beers we wanted to drink, they were all like 8-9%. We're like, we'd be fucked. We'd be destroyed. Like, you can't just drink that stuff all night. So we decided to kind of keep a kind of standard. We'll say like 6 is a cut off, you know, which is a hefty enough kind of drinking beer. But I didn't matter what I drank last week. I couldn't get drunk. I couldn't get a buzz on because I'm so used to working the rig. The room I'm in right now, the remote rig. For doing these shows, I'm so used to working that I could do that with one eye after a bottle of whiskey. Like, I could really and truly do it that way. But when we set up in the pub, we had like mixing desks everywhere and like big TVs used as monitors and laptops and cooling pads and headphone amplifiers. There's a lot of technology involved in doing a show together, and because of that, I had to have both hands free all the time for moving faders and messing with fucking knobs, and because of that kind of extra level of pressure, I just couldn't do it. That, and I haven't been in the pub that late in over a year, and it felt weird. It felt weird being in work that late, and I was into it. It was fun hanging out with Helmet and talking shit and all, but it's because it's been so long since the two of us done a show in person together. It's gonna take a little bit of time to get used to that. Speaking of which, we were only talking an hour ago, and we made a massive mistake, a massive error that it's going to take us a year to rectify, but we will rectify it. And it was Helmet's idea. He messaged me an hour ago saying we are 2 stupid bastards, and I was like, wait, what's up? And he said, fucking Eurovision. why didn't we do live commentary on the Eurovision? And I nearly fell down. I was like, oh my God, what a missed opportunity. Oh my God. And then I was thinking about it. I was like, oh shit, man, we could have done it remotely. I could have grabbed, because they're streaming it live on YouTube. I could have grabbed the video stream from YouTube and I could have sent that out over our Mixcloud account. And we could have even had cameras pointed at ourselves and stuff like that, like fucking judges. Like, we could have absolutely done like an alternative commentary. Like, oh, I'm sickened. So we decided tonight, 100%, we're doing it next year. Where we're absolutely going to do like a Lost Art Eurovision. Now, I wrap myself out now. Our podcast next week is about the Eurovision. I've been reading about the Eurovision all week. I have absolutely no interest in Eurovision. I couldn't care less. Honest to God, I couldn't care less about the Eurovision. But I've been reading about it all week, and the history behind it is interesting. The way it's set up to run is very interesting. The politics behind it are very interesting. So that's Monday's episode. We're going to record that tomorrow. Pat says the Eurovision commentary would be epic. Maybe some Father Ted jackets. Horace says Lost Vision. Yeah, we absolutely... it just didn't enter into our head because we're not Eurovision people. You know, we're really not. I've been listening to... I must have listened to about 200... Eurovision entries last week, and I struggled to pick 5 that were good for the podcast. Now that sounds kind of mean, but what I need to explain is that when I say good, I mean that there's a particular style of song that is written for the Eurovision, and that encompasses about 90% of all Eurovision entries. And because 90% of the songs are written in the same style, they're almost like Lego. Like you just swap out parts, and you end up with essentially the same song. They have the same type of intros, the same swells, the same middle eights, same choruses, all this kind of stuff. And because they're written to that kind of formula, I just can't get into them. Some of them are really good songs. They're just not great songs, if you get me. So I struggled. Now, I did find one song. I'll tell you this. I'm not going to name the song. You'll have to wait until Monday. There's one song I found that is fucking incredible. Absolutely. A pure banger. A banger. Like, to the point where I'm going to use that at, like, Pazuzu and stuff when we get back to DJing. So, I can't even remember. I have all the notes written down. I can't even remember what country done the entry on it. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. And it's a weird one. Like, it's a really, really weird one, but I have to say it was an interesting week reading all about Eurovision. So we're trying to make it so loads of people don't have any interest in Eurovision, so we're trying to make it so that on Monday you're going to listen to a podcast about Eurovision, and at the start of it you're going to be like, oh fucking Eurovision, oh my God. But we're trying to make it a little bit more interesting, and we got some cool facts, some cool details about it. So we'll see. I'm scratching myself again. I came off I was telling the people last week, for the last fucking 2 weeks I've been on steroids for dermatitis. I never had any sort of skin conditions in my life, but about a month ago I just started getting mad itchy back, and within a week my whole body was itchy, and I had to go to the doctor for the first time in 10 years, and I got steroid tablets, and I got steroid gel, and I got antihistamines, and I finished the steroid tablets now, and I've got another couple of days of the gel, but I'm trying to cut that in half. I'm not using the gel twice a day, using it once a day. I'm not using the antihistamines. But because my skin is it's not itchy, but my skin's getting used to like not being numb anymore. So it feels weird. Like the colour of my t-shirt feels weird on me. Clothes on my back feel weird, which is just going to mean, realistically, tops off. Let's be honest. It's going to mean tops off in the next hour or so. But I was talking about going to Phibsborough, going to the charity shops in Phibsborough a couple of days ago. I went to the charity shops in Phibsborough with my niece. Strangely enough, I have 2 nieces. I couldn't tell you what age they are. Somewhere between 12 and 14, maybe 15, right? And I went with my niece, my older niece, the oldest one. I still don't know what age she is. I couldn't tell you. But she's young. And I never get to hang out with my nieces that much. Like, I lived with them for years, and I lived with my mum and dad. But like when I left the house, they were 4 or 5. You know, that like just little snot eaters. And now they're like have personalities and they're fun. And because of the lockdown the last year, I haven't been around. So I was up with my ma's, and I said I'm gonna go to charity shops in Phibsborough, because sometimes you find some cool stuff in there. And one of my nieces said, I want to go with you. So I was like, right, get your jacket. And we went up. We hit up the charity shops. I got a cool. What did I get? I got like this. You know, remember Dorn and Kingsley, DK? They make like encyclopedias and stuff like that. I got a Dorn and Kingsley encyclopedia about Wolverine for €1.90 that I'm absolutely going to read. Don't care that I'm 40. I'm absolutely reading the Wolverine encyclopedia. And I got a shitload of CDs. I got some great CDs. I got like the Sundays. I got what else? I got Sepultura. I got fucking Incubus. I got this weird one. I got this weird Bad Boy Records 10th anniversary thing with a DVD in it that I'm realistically never going to listen to, because when it comes to Bad Boy, you only really want Notorious B.I.G. That's it. The rest of it, maybe Craig Mack or something, but that's about it. But it was cool. Got to kind of spend the day hanging around with my niece, who I never really get to spend time with. And then she wanted to come down to my house to see the pigeons and the rabbit and the dogs and all this kind of shit. So I was like, are you allowed? Like, I don't know what kids allowed to do with it. Are you allowed to just get in the van with your uncle and drive down to someone's house? Like, I haven't a clue. So I was like, yeah, of course. Right, jump in. And I had bought her, because she's a kid, she's obsessed with like Monster energy drink, right? All the kids are obsessed with Monster energy drink. So she wanted a can of Monster. So I got her a can of Monster, and she says, you should get one as well. I've had maybe 2 cans of Monster in my entire life, right? And this was the last day that I was on the steroid tablets. Now, anybody who's ever taken steroid tablets for like skin issues or whatever it is can tell you that they're like speed. You get fucking jacked off them, right? Like, you're supposed to get up in the morning and have breakfast as early as possible and take your steroid tablets, because for the rest of the day you're going to be speeding. Like, your brain is going to be doing fucking 90. So I'm already a little bit hyped up from being on these steroids. And she's like, get a can of Monster. So I'm like, alright. So I got some random can of Monster, and it was delicious. So I smashed it. And lads, within half an hour, it was like fucking, I was sitting beside Chewbacca in the Millennium Falcon. Honest to God, it was a punch of Chewie. It was just lights and streams and fucking, I'd never been that hyperactive in my life. So I was like, right, get in the van. Got in the van. I had a couple of CDs in the van. She likes like Muse and all this kind of alternative rock stuff. She's getting into that. So I had like Smashing Pumpkins, and I had No Effects and stuff like that in the van. So I was banging that on volume of full, and we burning down through town, blasting music. And she's like playing drums on her knees and all this kind of shit, and I'm singing along, having the best crack. And came up here, hung out with the parrot and the pigeons and the bunnies and the whole fucking zoo. Hung out here for a while, dropped her back down, and came home still fucking speeding. And I was like, I need to go to bed for an hour. So I got into bed and just lay there, like with my brain on fire from steroids and Monster energy drink. Now, it worked, but I had a big crash then later. About 3 hours later, 3-4 hours later, like, honest to God, I felt like someone had just taken one of my batteries out. One of my 2 batteries had been removed. And I swear to God, I was like, oh my God. It was like that. Like, I couldn't think right. I couldn't walk properly. I was banging into shit. I was like, oh my God, you actually have a come down from taking these fucking things. But they certainly work. They absolutely certainly work. Here's music.
freestyler. Rock the microphone. Straight from the top of my dome. Freestyler. Rock the microphone. Carry on with the freestyler. I got to throw on and go on. You know I got to flow on. Select us on your radio players. Cause we're friendly for ozone. But that's not us, so hold on. Tight as a rock the mic, right? Oh, excuse me, pardon. That's a synchronizer with the analyzer. Upcoming wipes the session. Let there be a less impression. You carry protection. Now when your heart go on, like Celine Dion. Come a chameleon. Yeah, straight from the top of the dome. As a rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of the dome. As a rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of the dome. As a rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of the dome. As a rock the microphone. Styles, stilos, we bring many kilos, so you can pack yours from the barrios. Ambitious, nutritious, delicious delivery is ambitious. Just tell us we deliver anything from acapellas to propellers. Suckers get jealous, try to soap with marshmallows. You know they can handle us like they paid us dollars. Yeah, we come scandalous, so who the fuck is seller? Ship from back in the palace. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome. As a rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome. As a rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome. As a rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome. As a rock the microphone. Freestyler. Rock the microphone. Straight from the top of my dome. Freestyler. Rock the microphone. Carry on with the freestyler. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome. As a rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome. As a rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome. As a rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome. As a rock the microphone.
Bombfunk MCs with Freestyler, Sparta will Cut Your Ribbon, and the Cocktail Twins with Lorelei. How good is that Bombfunk MC song? And who cares if they ever made anything else? It's the perfect example of a 10 out of 10. One hit wonder is probably not a great term for it, but Jesus Christ, like I only thing I wish it didn't have was that synthy intro. I wish it just started off with like the main riff, you know, or some variant on it, because it just takes too long to get going. And especially when you're DJing, you have to try and find the perfect fucking kick in for it, which when you get it is murderous. But it's more work. Working is shite. How's the Eurovision going? Has anybody got the Eurovision going on in the background? Like, how is it still on? How's it fucking 11 o'clock and it's still on? I know we got weird time zone. What time is it then? Everywhere else, 10 o'clock, is it? Most places. Are they an hour behind or hour ahead? I can never remember. Even though I'll be back and forward to all these places every fucking year. Who's winning? I know Ireland are out. I didn't hear Ireland's song. I didn't hear any song this year. Not gonna lie to you. Didn't hear any song last year either because it didn't happen. I know it was meant to happen, and they cancelled it because of COVID. Is somebody winning? Is the final on? Is it over? Somebody tell me who won the Eurovision Song Contest. So yeah, like I was saying, the city is reopening. I just saw some photos from Temple Bar from about 2 hours ago, and it looked like St. Patrick's Day, which is not good, gang. That's not good. People are taking the piss. People are taking the piss. I know the city's reopening, but fucking hell, that's for shopping and stuff. It's not for buying fucking 8 points and walking through Temple Bar with thousands of people. There's that weird Indian variant of COVID that I heard about in the news today that like everybody is terrified of. Like if you want the pubs to reopen in 2 weeks, like so you can actually stand outside a pub properly, and if you want the pubs to reopen so you can sit inside them next month or July, then you need to stop like massing with thousands of people in the city centre and just having a fucking St. Patrick's Day in May. Like Jesus Christ, St. Patrick May. Like that's just fucking silly. That's silly stuff. If you know anybody who was in town drinking with thousands of people in Temple Bar, give them a fucking clatter from me. Give them a clatter. They're just putting everything at risk. They're still vaccinating people. It's fucking stupid. Another couple of weeks and we'll be on target to have enough people vaccinated that we can make a proper dent in it. Like, stupid bastards. It bothers the shit out of me because it's just mutants. It's just fucking mutants who've decided they've had enough, like. And they're like, no, I'm not social distance anymore. I'm not wearing masks. I'm not fucking doing it. And I'm just going to get a load of points and I'm going to sit outside the fucking pub. And it's bothersome. It's fucking bothersome. Especially when we're only a week into town starting to reopen, where you can go and buy yourself a pair of socks, you know what I mean, or whatever the fuck. Well, I actually found it interesting because walking through town with apparently everything reopened, like there wasn't a big difference. There was more people in town, but I didn't even notice what shops were reopened, you know what I mean. I really didn't, because I've been walking through town for the last year and a bit, and there was so much open. Like you forget. Even go back. I don't know, fucking 6 months. So much stuff open, and you realise how much of every city is just like deals and cafes and stuff like that. And even like kind of double up shops, and like Dunn's has like does food and clothes, and has like a deli and stuff like that. So they're open. Guineas was open because I think they were selling masks. So like everybody was just finding all these workarounds. Like phone shops were open. Like there was a lot open when everything was supposed to be closed. There was a lot open in the city centre. So when everybody else was given the nod to reopen, I didn't even really notice it because like so much stuff was just cracking away anyway. Like even like the Ilac Centre and stuff was open because there's like a supermarket in there, and obviously you're not going to be in the Ilac Centre, so you don't see the rest of the shops open. So it's very, very, very strange. Nobody can tell me who won the Eurovision. I don't want to look it up because it's just going to fuck with my algorithm, and I'll just be hearing about Eurovision on Facebook and Instagram for the next 2 weeks, even though I honest to God couldn't give less of a shit about the Eurovision. Like if it stopped tomorrow, it wouldn't faze me in the slightest. Or is it still on? I watched lads, I watched this Army of the Dead movie yesterday. This Zack Snyder's beginning of his new zombie universe for Netflix. So obviously Zack Snyder is the guy who done Justice League, and we had the Snyder cut and all that kind of stuff. And so he's the guy who done the remake of Dawn of the Dead, the supermarket one, which to be fair was great. It was very good. And this Army of the Dead came out yesterday with Dave Bautista and a bunch of other people in it. And I was kind of excited because, first of all, like there was zombie overkill for a couple of years there. For about 10 years, every show that came out was a zombie show, because The Walking Dead done so well. And unfortunately, The Walking Dead after like season 2 or 3 was fucking garbage, and I just stopped watching it. But that didn't stop every other television studio on earth from banging out zombie material. Kat says, look like France or Switzerland. Horace says they're still announcing. Okay. Once it's announced, please throw it into the chat room for me. So I was kind of excited because he done this Dawn of the Dead, which is fun, and he wants to kind of kickstart the cool zombie universe for Netflix. I'm like, all right, this could be kind of cool, and the trailer was kind of cool, and it just looked the part. So I watched it yesterday. I watched it last night, and it's honest to God, it is so bad. It is so terrible. It's the 3-act structure of it is so discombobulated. Like, it's 2 and a bit hours long, and the kind of lead up to it, the intro is very good. They actually kind of get the kind of zombie invasion over and done with like the title credits, which is smart, you know, so you don't have to sit through another fucking origin bullshit. And but once they get into the whole concept behind, like, it's basically a heist movie. You've seen the trailers. It's a heist movie. And so once they kind of do, like, all right, we're going to break into the casino and there's money in the safe and we're going to get it out. But, like, there's one that when they're explaining what they're going to do, there's one like such a massive black hole in the plot that, like, the second you see it and you hear it, you go, like, absolutely not, like. And they just whitewash over it, forget about it, and don't reference it again till the end, when you're fully you've spent 2 and a bit hours waiting for them to just get to this bit, this hole that's in the plot that's going to be essentially, what you know, very important to the end of the movie. So you're sitting there waiting on it, and then when it gets to, like, them going into Las Vegas where the zombies are and stuff like that, you're like, this is gonna sound stupid, but it's not a very zombie-ish kind of movie. It's really not. Like, for a zombie movie, it's not very zombie. Then you got the heist at the end and the end of it, but it's just not good. It's edited with a fucking spoon. There's, like, blink and you miss it, important people kind of dying and disappearing and changing. There's bits where a guy is shooting a zombie in the face with a gun, and then without doing anything, he just has a knife in the same hand. The gun is gone, he has a knife in his hand and he's stabbing the zombie. Shit like that, you know, where, like, literally 1 second it's a gun and the next second it's a knife he's killing him with. Loads of that kind of stuff. That's just, I mean, they probably tried to put it down to, like, fast-paced filmmaking where it's, you know, snap, 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 let's get it going, but it's not, like, it's really not. It's just really badly made, and by the end of it I was like, this is the stupidest fucking thing. This is up there with, like, Wonder Woman 84, which is one of the worst things I've seen in the last decade. Wonder Woman 84 is an abomination, a fucking affront to God is what it is, and this is up there with it. Terrible films. Like, you've heard me talk before about the dead baby scale. I have a scale for movies where when a film is so bad that they should have just taken the money that it would have cost to make that film and just saved a lot of children's lives with it. You know what I mean? Open the fucking hospital or something. You know, send a load of life-saving drugs to third world countries, whatever it takes. You know, pay for some kids to go through college. Like, just use the money more wisely, because there has to come a time when the script is written, and if the script's not good, the movie's probably not going to be great, right? Let's just put it that way. But there has to be, when they're, like, 2 weeks into shooting and they've got, like, you know, a third of the movie made or a quarter of the movie made, and the dailies are coming back to the studio who are putting it out, and they're looking at it and they're like, this is fucking dog shit. Like, there has to come a point where, like, let's just stop spending money on this. Like, why don't we just have it in the clause that, like, the director and the producer and all this kind of stuff, we're giving them millions upon millions upon millions to create a piece of art. It might be brain dead entertaining art, but it's a piece of art. And if they can't do it, like, if they can't make a good movie out of the fucking $100 million we've given them, and we're 2 weeks into it, well, here's what we're going to do. We're just going to knock it on the head. We're going to turn around to the director and say, well, you were promised 20 million for doing this. There's 10 just to fuck off, and we'll keep the other 10. And let's just get rid of everybody else. Tell the actors, listen, it's not your fault. Director, producer, whatever, all dog shit. There's just no point in making this. There's no point. No one's going to watch it, and it's just going to go down as being a piece of dog shit. So it's pointless. You're literally just using hard disk space on the internet for no reason that could be taken up with like medical journals or something. So let's just cancel it. Let's take a percentage of the money that we would have spent on it and give it to fucking charity. So the dead baby scale is a legitimate scale of how to work out whether a film is worthwhile or not. Horror says, has anybody seen Psycho Gorman? No, I haven't. It sounds like a Japanese movie. Psycho Gorman? No, I haven't watched that Last Train to Busan or whatever it's called. That I don't watch a lot of movies in general. I'm more of a TV guy. I do watch movies, but more of a TV guy. I like the kind of long format aspect of TV. That's actually one of the things I got in the charity shop today. I got season 2 of Battlestar Galactica, the remake, which I already have. So if there's anybody I know who needs a copy of the box set of season 2 of Battlestar Galactica, get at me. I have one for you.
Crank the music up. Bring that shit in. Yeah, the movement's in motion with massive militant poetry. Now check this out. In the right light, study becomes insight with a system that this does. Teaches us to read and write, so-called facts are fraud. He wants to electric pleasure bow down into their God. Lost the culture lost. Spun our minds in through time. Ignorance is taking over. Yo, we gotta take the power back. Bam! Here's the plan, motherfucker. Go Sam's, get back. I know who I am. Raised up the ear, drop the style and clear. It's the beats and the lyrics they fear. The rage is relentless. We need to move it with the quickness. You are the witness of change and the counteract. We gotta take the power back. We gotta take the power back. Come on, come on. We gotta take the power back. The present curriculum, I put my fist in them. Eurocentric, every last one of them. See right through the red, white, and blue disguise. Lecture a puncture the structure of life. Dove in our minds and attempted to hold us back. We've got to take it back. Holes in the spirit causing tears and fears. One-sided stories for years and years and years. I'm inferior, who's inferior? Yeah, you need to check the interior of the system. Who cares about only one culture and that? So we gotta take the power back. We gotta take the power back. Come on, come on. We gotta take the power back. Hey, yo, check. We're gonna have to break it down. Oh, shit. Like this. Come on. Yeah. Put it back the other way. The teacher stands in front of the class, but the lesson plan he can't recall. The students' eyes don't perceive the lies mounting up every fucking wall. Composure is well kept. I guess he fears playing the fool. The place that students sit and listen to that bullshit that he learned in school. Europe ain't my boat to swing on. Can't learn a thing from it. Yeah, we hang from it. Gotta get it, put rubber band. Right lies. No more lies. No more lies. Yeah. Take it back, y'all. Take it back. I take it back. I take it back, y'all. Come on. Take it back, y'all. Take it back. I take it back. I take it back, y'all. Come on. Yeah.
Devenir cru. Devenir cru.
One man on a lonely platform, one case sitting by the side, two eyes staring cold in silence, shows fear as he turns to hide. We fade to gray. We fade to gray.
Un homme dans une gare isolée et une valise à ses côtés. Deux yeux fixes et froids montrent de la peur lorsqu'il se tourne pour se cacher.
We fade to gray. We fade to gray.
Sans la pluie, comme un été anglais, entend les notes d'une chanson lointaine, sortant de derrière un rocher, espérant que la vie fût aussi longue.
We fade to gray. We fade to gray. Feel the rain like an English summer. Hear the noise
looks at you and you're all I love you for. It's that little souvenir of a terrible year which makes me wonder why. It's the memories of your shine that make me turn red. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Crazy and now, places I go make me feel so tired. And I can see how people look down. I'm on the outside. Here's where the story ends. Oh, here's where the story ends. It's that little souvenir of a terrible year which makes my eyes feel sore. And whoever would have thought the looks that you brought were all I love you for. Oh, the devil in me said, go down to the shed. I know where I belong. But the only thing I ever really wanted to say was wrong, was wrong, was wrong. It's that little souvenir of a colorful year which makes me smile inside. So I cynically say, well, in that way, surprise, 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 surprise. Here's where the story ends. Oh, here's where the story ends.
That's the Sundays, but here's where the story ends. Before that, we had Fade to Grey by Visage and the Take the Power Back by Rage Against the Machine. Just a reminder, if you like what we do at Lost Art, whether it be the podcasts, whether it be the live shows, all that kind of bullshit, don't forget to tip us. Nice and blunt. Ko-Fi link is there in the chat room. Buy us the price of a pint. How about that? If we were DJing in the pub, half of you want to buy us drinks. Do it. Do it now. Because chances are, realistically, there's not going to be any sort of DJing in pubs, not for a while. We've talked about it, trying to figure it out. Obviously, we're going to have at least 1 month of people drinking outside, which means just no music and all that kind of shit. We have to play with the rules. And then when it's time to come back inside and people are allowed to come in, I don't think they're going to allow music for a month or two, gang. I really don't. I think it's going to be meter distance and all that kind of bullshit for at least a month. So, and I just don't think they're going to let us do proper nights. I think all the pubs are going to be closed by 10 o'clock. Because if you're serving outside, I think it's going to be 10 o'clock as well. So it's going to be grim. It's going to be drip fed back to you for a while. So if this is the closest thing you're going to get to a night out, a proper night out with music and dancing, it might be in your kitchen, it might be in your living room, but this is it. So yeah, if you like what we do, you enjoy what we do, you listen to us, you listen to this show, you listen to the show with me on Helm, you listen to the podcast, whatever the fuck it is, buy us the price of a pint, because we'll probably spend it on points, not going to lie. Probably spend a bit of it on bills, electricity bills and internet bills, what it costs to actually run this show. And then we'll probably end up buying a few points. Like, it won't be wasted. So yeah, price of a point. There's the link in the chat room. Click on that. Use your PayPal, and tip us. Little goes a long way. Honest to God, it really does. There's UFC on tonight as well. Probably I'm the only fucking idiot who likes people knocking the shite out of each other, especially after a few drinks. There's nothing better. I have this thing where if I've had a few cans or a few whiskeys or a few drinks, and I got a nice little buzz on, when I'm done doing this show and I see there's UFC on or any sort of fighting, boxing, whatever, lads just knocking lumps out of each other. It's mad. It's mad exciting, and I'm into it. I'm into it. I'm not one of these UFC people. I'm really not. Like, I don't know half the lads. I don't know the names of the moves. I don't keep up with it like that. I've got like a bunch of people that I like watching because they're exciting and they're skilled or whatever, and that's about it. That's about as far as it goes. But I do enjoy a good row while watching a good row. I'm not interested in being in a row. I haven't been in a row since fucking secondary school, lads. Like, secondary school. That's probably associated with the fact that I'm like 6'2" and 16 stone. But also there's people who don't care about that kind of stuff and just want to row. But I haven't been in a proper row. Been in like altercations in the pub and work, but they don't count. They like, that's just part of working in the hospitality business, unfortunately. The grimness, lads, that people who work in pubs have to put up with. Who have to work in any shop. If you work in a spar, the grimness. I would pick working in a pub over working in a spar any day of the week. There's a select few spars in this city that like I avoid going into as a customer, let alone the poor bastards that have to work there. Like that Londis on O'Connell Bridge, where bad meets evil. Like, I think someone described it on the internet as having like chaotic energy, and they're dead right. Like, every time you go into that Londis on O'Connell Bridge, you haven't a clue what's going to happen. And they have every square inch of it is full of shelves and baskets full of like sweets and crisps and biscuits and fucking, I don't even know. So you have to line up. Like, you have to get in this like military style line just to get to the counter. And the lads that are behind the counter is so high that you can only see eyeballs of the lads that are taking your money. But it's like they're using the shelves as a human shield in case somebody tries to get them. It is horrific. Or that Spar on Thomas Street, the one closer to Christchurch. That is just a mad place. Like, you don't know what's going to happen. Like, you take your life in your hands every time you go into a couple of these kind of corner shops, and I really and truly feel for the people who have to work there. I'm sure some of them might even like it. They might like that fucking what's going to happen tonight type of buzz, but I don't. I didn't like it when I worked in the pub like that, especially when you're working by yourself, or there was just two of yous on, and some fucking a gang of head the balls walking in, and you don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going to happen, and you spend the whole night on edge. Like, you got like one eye doing normal stuff, and one eye is just bent around looking at them, waiting for it to kick off. Like, and it's the worst feeling. That kind of anxious build up to fucking the horror that does be there is awful. So it's nice to be doing. I do count this as work. I actually do count this as work. I could be watching TV or playing video games or fucking making sandwiches, and we haven't missed a Saturday since the beginning of the lockdown. So I do count this as work. There's planning involved in this. So pay us for our work, tip us for our work, and fucking nobody be hurt.
Well, no one told me about her, the way she lied. Well, no one told me about her, how many people cried. But it's too late to say you're sorry. How would I know? Why should I care? Please don't bother trying to find her. She's not there. Well, let me tell you about the way she looked, the way she had tan, the color of her hair. Her voice was soft and cool, her eyes were clear and bright, but she's not there. Well, no one told me about her. What could I do? Well, no one told me about her, though they all knew. But it's too late to say you're sorry. How would I know? Why should I care? Please don't bother trying to find her. She's not there. Well, let me tell you about the way she looked, the way she had tan, the color should I care? Please don't bother trying to find her. She's not there. Well, let me tell you about the way she looked, the way she acted, the color of her hair. Her voice was soft and cool, her eyes were clear and bright, but she's not there.
Well, I got a feeling so down.
Susie and the Banshees with Happy House. It's International Goth Day, isn't it? So, like I said, we're going to be playing a little bit more goth stuff. In fact, I'm going to play 2 Cure songs. I played one at the start. I played In Between Days at the start, which is from that poppy Cure stuff. I don't hate it. It just doesn't sound like the Cure to me. That kind of happy-ish fucking Cure, like see like Freedom and Love Cats, and I fucking hate them so much. They bother the life out of me. Like when you go and you listen to Pornography or most of Disintegration or whatever, and you're like, I want my Cure to be miserable and powerful. I don't want happy songs about love. Get fucked, Robert Smith, right? I don't want it. In Between Days is about as happy as it gets for me to like it, and that's one of my favourite songs, but it just doesn't vibe with the rest of it. Not into it. So apparently Italy have won the Eurovision Song Contest. A group called Mannequin, I don't know what the fuck they're called, and the song is called Zitti e Buoni. I don't know. I have it here, right? Let's listen to it. If you're just tuning in after listening to the Eurovision, sorry, I was working. I couldn't listen to the Eurovision Song Contest. As I said earlier, we have an entire podcast about the Eurovision Song Contest coming out on Monday. But I want to hear Italy's winning entrance into the Eurovision Song Contest. Give me a listen to this bad boy.
Loro non sanno di che parlo, vestiti sporchi fra di fango, giallo di siga fra le dita, io con la siga camminando. Scusami ma ci credo tanto, che posso fare questo salto, e anche se la strada è in salita, per quest'ora mi sto allenando. E buonasera signore e signori, fuori gli attori, vi conviene toccarvi i coglioni, vi conviene stare zitti e buoni, qui la gente è strana tipo spacciatori. Troppe notti stavo chiuso fuori, mo li prendo a calci sti portoni, sguardo in alto tipo scalatori, quindi scusa mamma se sono sempre fuori, ma sono fuori di testa, ma diverso da loro, e tu sei fuori di testa, ma diversa da loro, siamo fuori di testa, ma diversi da loro, siamo fuori di testa, ma diversi da loro, Io ho scritto pagine e pagine, ho visto sale poi lacrime, questi uomini in macchine, non scalare le rapide, scritto sopra una lapide, in casa mia non c'è Dio, ma se trovi il senso del tempo risalirai dal tuo oblio, e non c'è vento che fermi la naturale potenza, dal punto giusto di vista del vento senti l'ebbrezza, con la lincera alla schiena ricercherò quell'altezza, se vuoi fermarmi di testa prova a tagliarmi la testa, perché sono fuori di testa, ma diverso da loro, e tu sei fuori di testa, ma diversa da loro, siamo fuori di testa, ma diversi da loro, siamo fuori di testa, ma diversi da loro. Parla, la gente purtroppo parla, non sa di che cosa parla, tu portami dove sto a galla, che qui mi manca l'aria, parla, la gente purtroppo parla, non sa di che cosa parla, tu portami dove sto a galla, che qui mi manca l'aria, parla, la gente purtroppo parla, non sa di che cazzo parla, tu portami dove sto a galla, che qui mi manca l'aria. Ma sono fuori di testa, ma diversa da loro, e tu sei fuori di testa, ma diversa da loro, siamo fuori di testa, ma diversi da loro, e siamo fuori di testa, ma diversi da loro. Noi siamo diversi da loro.
Well then, okay. Yeah, it's a song, isn't it? Is it the best song Europe could produce this year? I don't know. Well, listen, Italy just won the gay WrestleMania. The band Maneskin with ZTE Buoni. Fair play to them, they sang in their own language, which is always, which I think is kind of rare now in Eurovision. A lot of them, there's been a big kickback with Eurovision in the last couple of years, in that people are singing in English, even if it's not their national language, and the songs are all about fucking peace and unity and shit, you know, because so many nations take the chance to kind of take digs at their neighbours in Eurovision, and even countries like fucking terrible fucking war countries like Israel and stuff making songs about fucking peace and unity and shit like that. So there's been an awful lot of kickback about that, an awful lot of kickback about stage shows and stuff. Again, we're going to cover all this on Monday. But yeah, that's just a rock song. There's been a big influx in rock, obviously, in the last 5-6 years. A big influx in rock music in the last 5 or 6 years in Eurovision, to the point where the standard synth kind of female driven stuff is not necessarily getting pushed out, but getting diluted a little bit. I'd be interested, who won Eurovision the year before last? Do you know what? I should know all this. I'm not asking you any more questions. I know that the vast majority of entrants into the Eurovision are female soloists, like 70% of them. And male soloists, I think, might be the smallest entry. And then you've got like kind of mixed groups and stuff like that. I mean, the second biggest, I believe. But yeah, 99%. If you go on to even Spotify and look up Eurovision songs, the best Eurovision songs, I'd 90% of them are female vocalists singing to weird kind of what would you call it? Kind of synth pop, kind of big synth pop. Stephen says Finland had a Linkin Park. Yeah, I listened to that earlier. This weird kind of rap, hardcore fucking thing. I think they call it like pop violence or violence pop or something like that. They have their own name. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, even Lordi. I fucking hate talking about Lordi and the Eurovision, because there's a subsect of people who, how do I even describe this? There's a subsect of person who is kind of like a rocker at their heart and doesn't give a shit about Eurovision, but is made watch it by their missus, and they post an awful lot on social media about the rock songs in Eurovision. You'll see it every year, where it doesn't matter if the song is good or bad or what country it is or whatever the fuck it is. If it has any sort of distortion guitar, they'll be posting up, and they'll follow it like a football team. So there was a lot of that for Finland this year. Again, you're dead right saying it was a Linkin Park. It was this kind of chunky kind of riff with a bit of rap rock kind of and shouting and singing. It's a good song. It was a good song. Was it better than that Italy one? I don't know. I haven't listened to all of this year's entrants. I listened to maybe 3 of them. As I said already, I don't really give a shit about Eurovision. The politics and mechanics behind Eurovision are incredibly interesting. We'll cover all that on Monday. But yeah, I wanted to just play that fucking song for you. We're getting to the time. What time is it? 12:05. I want you all to do me a favour. I want you all to share the link out for this stream on your social media. Do that for me now. I also want you to fucking tip me, pay me for me work. Buy me a pint. I'll pay bills with it, and I'll buy weird cryptocurrencies with it and let you know what happens. I bought one there 2 weeks ago that I lost me bollocks on, because I lost me bollocks on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is honest to God on fire, to the point where, like, I'm just leaving money in and out to see how bad things can get. Like, I got lucky that in the last 2 years I've been able to take out all of my initial investment and just leave the few bob in there, and then I had to take most of it out about a month ago, rent, to pay me rent, because I was broke. I was smashed up. I had to fucking do it, but I left a couple of quid in there, and it's at the point now where it's a fucking joke. It's a joke, and it's all because of fucking Elon Musk. He might be going to save all our lives and send us to Mars and give us renewable energy and batteries and fucking that lasts for weeks and all this kind of shit. But like, shut the fuck up about cryptocurrency, because like, you're ruining it. You're ruining it for everybody. Everybody who thought they were after they'd be able to afford a new pair of runners of 20 quid investment in Bitcoin, now you fucked them because you wanted, like, he's got this thing in his head where he wants to see if he can drive the price of all, like, the kind of shitcoin, makey uppy cryptocurrency, the fun ones, what they call meme currencies, meme coins, where it's like, so, like, tomorrow I could make one called fucking Cumcoin. It actually is one called Cumcoin. That's a joke. Lost Art Coin. I can make a cryptocurrency tomorrow called Lost Art Coin and have it set that you could buy 1 billion of them for €1. Let's just hope and pray that it goes up by fucking 1% and we can make millionaires out of everybody. You know what I mean? That type of thing. So he seems to have this kind of thing in his head where I'm just going to push a lot of the shit coins and fuck Bitcoin, mostly because the mining for Bitcoin uses a lot of unrenewable energy. That's not his bag, and I agree with him in that regard, but you shouldn't have got involved in it in the first place. You should have done your fucking research, stupid bastard, instead of just posting about things. You made everybody, you doubled everybody's money overnight, and now you're taking everybody's money off them, you fucking bastard. But like I said, I'm semi alright with it, because I've had my fun, and that's all that matters. Folks, get into the chat room, request some songs. We're going to go for another hour or two. Request some songs. Tell me what you want to hear. It has to be on Spotify. That's the only rule. Because I can get other stuff, but it's a pound of bollocks. And Spotify is just easier for me right now. Get onto Spotify, have a search around, see if there's any songs that you would like to hear, and just throw them in the chat room. And I will do my bestest, my double bestest, to play it for you. Here's a few more.
Spine out of place. My school is insane. My work's down the drain. She's a total blam blam. She said she had to squeeze it, but and then she, oh, don't lean on me, man, 'cause you can't afford the ticket back from Suffragette City. Oh, don't lean on me, man, 'cause you ain't got time to check it. You know my Suffragette City was out of sight. She comes, oh, don't lean on me, man, 'cause you can't afford the ticket back from Suffragette City. Oh, don't lean on me, man, 'cause you ain't got time to check it. can force it, but it will stay slow. You can crush it as dry as a bone. You can walk it home straight from school. You can kiss it, you can break all the but still, everything is can't you forget? Can't you forget? Can't you
We've come so far, and we've reached so high, and we've looked each day and night in the eye, and we're still so young, and we hope for more.
We've come a long way, but we're not too sure where we've been. We've had success, we've had good times, but remember this. Being on this path of life for so long, we'll have walked 1,000 miles, sometimes stroll hand in hand with love. Everybody's been there. With danger on my mind, I would stand on the line. Oh, and I knew I could make it. Once I knew the boundaries, I looked into the clouds as though my face in the moonlight. Just and I realized what a fool I could be. Just 'cause I look so high, I don't have to see me. Finding a paradise wasn't easy, but still, there's a road going down the other side of this field. Never forget where you're coming from. Never pretend that it's all real. Someday, soon this will all be someone else's dream. This will be someone else's dream. Safe from the arms of disappointment.
moving for so long. Feel each day we've come too far. Yet each day seems to make much more. Sure it's good to be here. I understand the meaning of it, can't explain this feeling now. And it feels so unreal. And I see the hand that reminds me of the stand that I made. The fact of reality. Never forget where you're coming from. Never pretend that it's all real. Someday, soon this will all be someone else's dream. This will be someone else's dream. We've come so far, and we've reached so high, and we look this day and night in the eye, and we're still so young, and we hope for more. But remember this, we're not invincible. We're not invincible. No. We're only people. We're only people.
Hey, we're not invincible. We're not invincible.
So gonna tell you, never forget where you're coming from. Never pretend that it's all real. Someday, soon this will all be someone else's dream. This will be someone else's dream. Never forget it. Pretend that it's all real. Soon this will all be someone else's dream. This will be someone else's dream.
Everybody sing.
Oh baby, no, never, never forget. Oh no.
Louder, 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 louder. Oh, everybody sing that song. Yeah, louder, 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 louder. Come on, everybody, 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 everybody.
Forget where you're coming from. Never pretend that it's all real. Someday, soon this will all be someone else's dream. This will be someone else's dream.
And we've reached so high, and we've looked each day and night in the eye.
I had to play it. I'm sorry. That is a terrible, terrible song with a fucking amazing chorus that was ruined by Gary Barlow because he cannot sing. God help him. He's fucking shocking. It's so out of his range. Imagine that song sang by somebody who can actually sing, and he cut out the verse, that weird funky fucking bass verse, and just figure out a way of making most of the song more like that chorus. It would be fucking outrageous. It's too long. There's just so much wrong with that song. But that chorus itself, and then when the strings kick in, oh, hard nips tops off. What else did we play? So yeah, obviously, never forget but take that. It's fucking 6.5 minutes long. It's Jesus Christ. Where is it Howard that sings it? Is it Howard? Well, he can't sing. Whoever sings it can't sing. He's at the uppermost fucking peak of his range, and he's cracking. I always thought it was Gary Barlow. I think he's the only one I know. And Robbie Williams, but he wasn't. He was gone, wasn't he? I don't know the rest of them. Yeah, it's so bad. It's like he's at that like, you know, where like you've been talking for too long and run out of air. That's where he's singing. Forget where you're going from. He's up there. It's real bad. I'd love to hear. I'm sure it has to have been covered by somebody good. That has to be covered. I'm going to have a look and see if that's been covered by somebody who knows how to take that apart, deconstruct that song, and turn it into the fucking 17 out of 10 banger that it was made to be. Because production-wise, there's some weird stuff in there that's really interesting, especially towards the end of it, where it breaks and you get like weird kind of string stabs and it jumps back into the chorus and stuff. Interesting the way it's made. So Never Forget by Take That, Planet Telex by Radiohead, A Forest by The Cure, Minerva by the Deftones, Suffragette City by Bowie. I think that was, yeah, we've done a nice little run there. We've got a couple more songs that people requested coming up. If you have song requests, put them in the chat room, put them in the room, type them in. Don't give me like 8 of them. Pick one. Pick one. Emma says your Elman does a great version of apparently my Elman could have been a singer. I think I told that story 1,000 times. When I was a kid and my ma dog's gone mad because apparently this weekend is the weekend where everybody goes fucking batshit mad and has Eurovision parties and can parties and all sorts of shit. So the dogs are gone mad because I just live on a thoroughway of fucking dirt who pass by my house screaming and shouting and throwing cans around. They used my windowsill. My windowsill is just a ledge for people to put empty cans on and empty bottles on a daily basis. I'm responsible for the recycling in my area. Every fucking week I have to take bottles and cans and put them into my recycling. What the fuck? Yeah, get songs. Give me songs. Put songs in. Emmett says your Elman does a great version of apparently. Yeah, my Elman used to give out to me if I was in trouble, or she was fighting with me when I was a kid. She'd scream at me that she could have been a singer. My Elman hasn't a note in her fucking head, which means that she'd probably do an equally great version as Take That of that song, because if it's Howard singing it, God help him. Jesus Christ. I'd say that was just, they probably thought that wasn't going to be a hit. They were like, that's too complicated. It's not simple enough or whatever. Give it to fucking Howard. And it is outrageous. It's outrageous. Well, parts of it are outrageous. She does, Emma. She does. Emma's on fire apparently. At home. Drinking pints and drinking whiskey. Living his best life out in Swords or wherever the fuck it is he lives. Sculling points into him. And he's right. He's dead right. As I said, I've said it 1,000 times. Saturday night in a pandemic, Friday night in a pandemic. It's for you. It's for you. This should be the night where you get to switch it all off. Have a few drinks, have a few smokes. You don't have to listen to fucking me talk shite. But you know, you can. And listen to loads of music and listen to me talk shy, because the chat room has been very quiet. The last like 6 weeks chat room has been incredibly quiet, and me and Helmut always need people to be getting involved in the chat room to help us out, because there's only so much that happens to like me and him in a weekly basis for us to talk about. And then you take Helm out of the equation, where it's just me doing a show like this, and it's just me. I've got half the shit to talk about, so I need people in the chat room giving me grief, telling me their secrets. Tell me your secrets. Give us a little secret. Horace, have you done an all-nighter? It was the latest you stayed. I think I've done one till 4 one night. Mixler does a weird thing where because of the crossover with time with like the States and Canada and stuff like that sometimes you get like this burst of people at around 1 or 2 a.m. where it'll go from like, you know, fucking 10-20 people listening to 40-50 people listening, and once they start chatting and requesting songs, you do it. I think I've done 1 or 2 where I've gone real fucking late, and again, I don't give a shit. It doesn't bother me. I go all night if people are alright with it and people keep throwing money into the Ko-Fi. I'll go all night. It doesn't bother me, because I ain't got fuck all to do tomorrow. I ain't got fuck all to do any day. I had to get up early on Friday. I was doing a thing for Powers Whiskey. Powers Whiskey were in the pub shooting a like little video thing that they're going to be putting out in the next couple of weeks, where they do, apparently the way it's going to work is that each bottle of whiskey, so you've got like the Powers range is pretty much Gold Label, Tree Swallow, John's Lane, what else have they got? They've got another one. There's 1817. No, that's gone. Signature's gone as well. There's another one anyway. And there's a QR code on the bottle. And apparently you scan in the QR code and you get sent to a video link, which is like the tasting notes of the whiskey that you just bought. And they're picking pubs that are kind of known for particular types of Powers. And we will be known for John's Lane, which is their kind of premium 12-year-old pot still whiskey. Because John's Lane is fucking 20 feet away from our door in the pub. The original Powers distillery is on Thomas Street, which was on John's Lane. So because we're the John's Lane pub and we sell a lot of John's Lane, they wanted to make their little video in Thomas' house. So we were there for that, and then they done a little video of us kind of getting ready to reopen, and that's going to be going online in the next week or two. So I had to get up fucking stupid early. Now, in saying that, I've been getting up fucking stupid early for the last 3 weeks. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's just my body decided I was old and it was time to start getting up early to make the most of every day, because you've only got a certain amount of days left. You've only got X amount of hours left. Let's not waste them. So my body's been saying to me, like, get up at 7 o'clock. Just get up. And I get up at 7 o'clock. Well, normally, like, you go back 2 or 3 years, I get up at 7 o'clock, have a slash and get back in the bed and sleep till fucking midday. Now I can't do it. Like, 8 o'clock feels like a lie-in to me now. And I'm not into it. I think it's a combo of getting older and being out of night shift work for a year and a bit. I don't go to bed early. I go to bed like 2, 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. But I'm getting up at 7, 8, 9 every morning. I just wake up and I'm ready to go. So, not into it. Personally, it's not for me. And I hope that tomorrow I get to sleep a little bit longer. Like I said, I'm going to watch a bit of UFC later if it's still on. I think it might be somewhere weird, because the main card is underway right now. So I might put that on my phone. I have that tapping away while the music's on. But otherwise, I'll just get up early. I'll watch UFC. Or I'll have about fucking 4 cups of coffee. And I'll play garbage like Call of Duty or something like that until the rest of the house is awake. And then it's breakfast time, chaps. No, everybody likes breakfast. Imagine not liking breakfast.
space for partners, no space for drivers, no space for walkers, no space regardless. You're on my path, then get off it. Hard-headed and unresponsive, get their lives put on target with harshness. Come with the cannon sparking, they darken. Who am I? One man squadron. Monster the fire this time to the snatch you tomorrow. The 1,000-yard stare that appears through your armor. You can get it all right now if you want to, but when your front line get marched through, I warned you. You know who forever belong to. I against die. Flesh in my flesh, your mind in my mind. Two of a kind, but one won't survive. My image is reflecting the enemy's eye, and his image is reflecting mine at the same time. I against die. Flesh in my flesh, your mind in my mind. Two of a kind, but one won't survive. My image is reflecting the enemy's eyes, and his image is reflecting mine. Survive, 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 survive.
against your will. Fate up against your will, through the thick and thin, he will wait until you give yourself to him. You give yourself to him. Against your will, through the thick and thin, he will wait until you give yourself to him. Fate against your will, through the thick and thin.
Picture this, I'm a bag of dicks, put me to your lips. I am sick, I will punch a baby bear in his shit. Give me lip, I'ma send you to the yard. Get a stick, make a switch. I can end the conversation real quick.
I am crack, I ain't lying, kick a lion in this crack. I'm the shit, I will fall off in your crib, take a shit. Hit your mama on the booty, kick your dog, fuck your bitch. That boy dressed up like you Santa and took pictures with your kids.
We the best, we will cut a frowny face in your chest, little wench. I'm unmentionably fresh, I'm a mensch. Get correct, I will walk into a court while it wrecks, screaming, yes, I am guilty, motherfuckers, I am death. Hey, you wanna hear a good joke?
Nobody speak, nobody get choked.
Shit, the Funyuns. Flame your crew quicker than Trump fucks his youngest. Now face the flame fuckers, your fame and fate's done with.
Charlie Brown, Peppermint, Patty, Linus, and Lucy. Put coke in the doobie, roll woolies to smoke with Snoopy. I still remain that dick grabbing slacker to spill the wookie. Cause the total of the toolie will murder you friggin' moolies. Fuck out of here. Yeah.
Top billing, come cops and billing it. Shots is box shipped out and bought, and y'all feeling it. LP killing it, Killer Mike killing shit.
What more can I say? We top billing it, valiant without villainy, viciously found victory. Burn towns and villages, burning, looting, and pillaging.
Murderers try to hurt us, we curse them and all their children. I just want want the bread and bologna bundles to tuck away. I don't work for free, I am barely giving a fuck away.
So tell begging Johnny and mommy to get the fuck away. Yo, here's a gun, son, now run, get it the gut away. Live to shoot another day.
Nobody speak, nobody get choked. Nobody speak, nobody get choked.
Nobody speak. Nobody speak. Nobody speak. Nobody gets
And this I know, his teeth as white as snow. What a gas it was to see him walk her every day into a shady place. With her lips she said, hey pa, pa, hey pa, let's have a ball. Hey pa, hey pa, hey pa, let's have a ball. Hey pa, hey pa, hey pa, let's have a ball. Gigantic, 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 our big big love. Gigantic, 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 our big big love. beautiful ass. And it all breaks down, the role reversal. Got the muse in my head, she's universal. Spinning me round, she's coming over me. And it all breaks down, the first rehearsal. Got the muse in my head, she's universal. Spinning me round, she's coming over me. Kind of buzz the last few days. Had some help from insect ways. Comes across all shy and coy. Just another Nancy Boy. Woman, man, a modern monkey. Just another happy junkie. 50 pound, press my button, going down. And it all breaks down, the role reversal. Got the muse in my head, she's universal. Spinning me round, she's coming over me. And it all breaks down at the first rehearsal. Got the muse in my head, she's universal. Spinning me round, she's coming over me. Does his makeup in his room, douse himself with cheap perfume. Eye holes in a paper bag, greatest lay I ever had. Kind of guy who mates for life, gotta help him find a wife. We're a couple when our bodies double. And it all breaks down, the role reversal. Got the muse in my head, she's universal. Spinning me round, she's coming over me. And it all breaks down, the first rehearsal. Got the muse in my head, she's universal. Spinning me round, she's coming over me. And it all breaks down, the role reversal. Got the muse in
Fool's Gold by the Stones Roses. The Stones Roses. The Stone Roses. The whiskey's happening. The whiskey is kicking in, gang. I got a bottle of Powers when I was down in... I was in Wicklow, but I bought it in Carlow. Carlow for a long, long time was my least favourite county in all of Ireland, because I played a couple of gigs in Carlow Town when I was in my 30s, and they were fucking grim. They were grim, lads. And I spent a little bit of time hanging around Carlow Town when I was doing those gigs, and it was a terrible, terrible place. And it's only in the last couple of years that I've realised that Carlow is a great county that has beautiful stuff in it. It's almost a forgotten county. Like, nobody ever talks about Carlow. Much in the way nobody ever talks about, like, Fermanagh. It's kind of a nothing kind of place. But that's good. That's good, lads. It's a fucking hour away. An hour and a little bit away. And it's rural as fuck. It's not overly populated. Beautiful fucking scenery. Cheap enough housing. Cheaper than Wicklow. If you go to like Daft and look up like houses to rent or even buy in Wicklow now, they're a fucking disaster. It's not a million miles away from Dublin, so fuck that shit. Fool's Gold by the Stone Roses, Nancy Boy by Placebo, Gigantic by Pixies, Nobody Speak by DJ Shadow with Run the Jewels, and The Killing Moon by Echo and the Bunnymen. And before that we had Killswitch Engage with The End of Heartache and Eye Against Eye by Massive Attack. That's a big run. That's a big run of songs. Yeah, oh fucking hell. Alright, so we've got a few songs to go now. We've got like 40-50 minutes before we're done. Do me a favour, scratching your hole, give us a share for the last 40 minutes. Give us a little share. The link for the Ko-Fi is there in the chat room. If you enjoy what Lost Art does, whether it be the podcast or whether it be the live shows, every single Saturday since the beginning of lockdown, like literally, lockdown announced on a Sunday. That Saturday, live shows haven't stopped. Buy us a point. Buy us a heap of points. Buy us half a point. Doesn't matter. Buy us something. Because I'm on the fucking PUP. I'm on the dole. I haven't been on the dole since I was like 20 something years of age, and I have to pay for an entire house and pay for the bullshit that goes alongside live streaming and podcasting. So when you do tip us, goes a long way. The people who are members of our Patreon, thank you very much. Does absolutely go a long way. Patreon is more for the podcast end of things. Ko-Fi is more for the live show end of things. But whatever, it's all a mishmash of €3 and €5 across the board. And I hate asking, but we have to ask. It's that simple. There hasn't been a week gone by that we haven't asked for people to dip into their pocket and pull a few bob out. Thank you very much. Something jumped into my head there. Actually, two things jumped into my head there during the week. One is that there's loads of words that we used to use all the time that nobody uses anymore. And one of them is bandy. Bandy. You know, like someone had like a fucked up arm, like he's got a bandy arm. Or he got a bandy leg, he got bandy eye. Nobody says bandy anymore. You notice that? Bandy's just gone, disappeared. Nobody says it. Bandy. Oh, broke your leg, I've got a bandy leg. Nobody says it. Jill says, I played the Castle Tavern years ago. I don't know what that means. And then Horace says, I like heatherball. Or heatherball? I don't know what's going on, lads. People are just saying absolute random stuff in the chat room. Nothing wrong with that. I'd rather they say absolute random nonsense than nothing. It's very important to me that you don't say nothing in the chat room. Sarah says, a girl I work with says it all the time. Bandy, really? Is there somebody who's keeping Bandy alive? The only reason, if Horace says you said it earlier, if I said it, it's because it's on my mind that nobody says it anymore. Oh, head the ball. Yeah, head the ball. Head the ball. Head the ball's a good one. Head the ball's just like a fucking... head the ball is a person. Or if you want to point someone out, you go, look at your man over there. Look at head the ball. Somebody who's doing something a little bit weird. It's a good one. It's not necessarily dead. It's not as dead as Bandy. Bandy is fucked. Like Bandy is gone. It's over and done with. And maybe we should give it a shot at bringing it back. Maybe. Another thing. Here's the thing, right? Mentler. Now I say Mentler literally every day. Literally every day. It's burned into my head. Mentler. If you can think of any other words that nobody says anymore, please let me know. I'm probably not the greatest example because I'm like a fucking thesaurus of words. Rapid. I say rapid every day. I don't say as much as I used to. I had a group of mates. I had a group of 6 mates, and I swear to God, it was like Beavis and Butthead, where every second word that came out of our mouth was rapper, and we'd say like rapper for the boys, all the time. Rapper for the boys, rapper for the boys. Where like when something was cool, and something like you like something, if somebody like, well, I don't know, somebody had a new fucking, I don't know, pick a Savage t-shirt or Metallica brought out a new album or whatever the fuck it was, you said it's rapper. And then after a few minutes of everybody saying it's so rapper, somebody just say rapper for the boys. And rapper for the boys meant like everybody enjoys it. The boys are enjoying it. It's rapper for the boys. And I would love to bring back rapper for the boys, but I don't think enough people use the phrase rapper anymore. It's bleeding rapper. Like, I honest to God say that. I still say rapper all the time. It's fucking rapper it is. Whopper. Whopper's a good one. Whopper kind of took over from rapid. And Whopper, to me, will be a word that you'd use with somebody you don't know. So, if you've got you got a new group of pals, or there's somebody new in the group, you might say, oh, that's Whopper, instead of saying that's rapper. You know what I mean? If you've got like a group of mates that you've had for like fucking 30, 40 years, 20, 30, 40, whatever, you might still say rapper because everybody still says rapper in that group. But like the go-to will be Whopper. Plonker, he's a fucking plonker. Yeah, Plonker is a bit nerdy, but it's solid. It's solid. Plonker's a good one. It's also kind of a PG-13, you know what I mean? You can get away with saying plonker to pretty much anything. I like it. Scaldy, I say Scaldy all the time. That's fucking Scaldy all the time. Especially when you have animals and something wrong with them. You know, they hurt their fucking... All 3 of my dogs have broken nails at the moment, and it's the exact same nail on every single dog. So today even I said like they all have Scaldy nails. All of them. One thing, it's not even something I wanted to talk about. Again, this is another stupid thing that jumped into my head that you do not see anymore, and I wanted to see if anybody had any thoughts on it. When I was a kid, right? When I was a kid, so I'm gonna say late 80s till mid 90s, okay? There was this fascination with kites. Do you remember kites? There used to be like kite meetups where people would meet up in the Phoenix Park and fly kites, and they'd have like dragon kites and like eagle kites and all this kind of shit. And when you were a kid, somebody would buy you a fucking kite, and it'd be just one of them fucking diamond shaped kites, and it might have a cool print on it, but nobody could ever get the fucking kite up, lads. Nobody could ever get the kite flying properly. You get up for like 5 seconds and you thought you were the king of the fucking world because your old fella, your fucking brother or your ma, whatever it was, got that kite flying with the poxy piece of string on it up in the sky, and then eventually it would crash to the ground and be destroyed, or else you'd get it up for fucking 5 minutes and then it just went in under the stairs. Then like plastic fucking spokes with the little kind of cross things you put the fucking spine in and the sheet over. Everybody was fucking mad about kites. There was a good 6-7 year period where kites were just their thing. Every shop sold kites. Every field you walked into, there was somebody with a kid trying to fly a kite. I always remember in the Phoenix Park they used to have like kite offs or something like that, and they'd have these like kites with tails on them, and they were meant to be like snakes, or they're meant to be dragons and shit like that. You don't. When's the last time you saw a fucking kite? You see like people doing kite surfing if you go to the beach, but you never see somebody with an actual kite like doing the tricks. There'd be like one lad. He was like in his 30s when you were 10. He was real savage that the kites could make like dip and fly along the ground and jump back up and all this kind of shit. And everybody was trying to replicate that, but nobody could do it. Not a single person could fucking do it, because the kites we were buying were like €3 kites that weren't worth a bollocks. Gank, I use Gank a lot. Gobda, not so much, but it's still kind of in use. Scaldi, I use Scaldi all the time, as I said. Gobda, he's a fucking Gobda. It's always he, it's never she. You'd never say she's a Gobda for some reason. It's always he's a Gobda. Gank, that's Gank, I use a lot. Daily, I'd say, Gank. I don't think a lot of other people. Gammy, literally every 20 minutes. Gammy, that's Gammy. I have a Gammy leg. I actually have a Gammy shoulder right now. I woke up 2 days ago, my shoulder's real sore, and it's not too bad if I don't do anything with it. But once I start trying to move it, pure Gammy, like, it's Gank. It's proper fucked. Here's a really good song.
Did you intimidate her? Her mother says you wouldn't let her use the phone. Were you intoxicated past the point of knowing what was going on? Better yet, don't forget, leave the keys on the TV set. Hoping you're gone from the corner bar. Here we are after dark, knocking back the maker's mark, scratching up the dollars from my buddy's car. And lean on Sheena, she leans on me a lot. Hold on, hold on, hold on to what you've got. Intimidator, how'd you make her feel? Worse than she did before. And I heard you came back later, had the upstairs neighbors banging on the floor. Better yet, don't forget, leave the keys on the TV set. Hoping you're gone from the corner bar. Here we are after dark, knocking back the maker's mark, scratching up the dollars from my buddy's car. And lean on Sheena, she leans on me a lot. Hold on, hold on, hold on to what you got. Hold on to what you got. Intimidator, her mother said you wouldn't let her use the phone. Were you intoxicated past the point of knowing what was going on? Better yet, don't forget, leave the keys on the TV set. Hoping you're gone from the corner bar. Here we are after dark, knocking back the maker's mark, scratching up the dollars from my buddy's car. And lean on Sheena, she leans on me a lot. Hold on, hold on, hold on to what you've got. Lean on Sheena, she leans on me a lot. Hold on, hold on, hold on to what you've got. Hold on to what you got. And better yet, don't forget, grab your keys on the TV set. Say goodbye to the corner bar. Not a friend till the end, she's never coming back again. No one's on my mind and in my heart. Yeah. Lean on Sheena, lean on Sheena, lean on Sheena, she leans on me a lot. Hold on, hold on, hold on to what you've got.
Quiet reservation to words once heard, they can play
still just a rat in a cage. And someone will say what is lost can never be saved. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Tell me I'm the only one. Tell me there's no other one. Jesus was the only son for you. And I still believe that I cannot be saved. And I still believe that I cannot be saved. And I still believe that I cannot be saved. And I still believe that I cannot be saved.
Smashing Pumpkins, Bullabut, Butterfly Wings, Don't Damn Me by Guns N' Roses, and Lean on Sheena by the Bouncing Souls. Gang, we are done. I've got 3 more songs and then I'm out of here. Or should I say I'm out of here and then there's 3 more songs. Thanks for joining me this evening. It was fun. I liked the playlist tonight. I had a lot of fun. I liked the songs people selected as well to be played. I was into it. I'm not always into it, I'm not going to lie to you. Some weeks I'm just, it's by numbers. But tonight I liked the music. By the end of it, I'm a bastard for not putting enough songs in. Let me put it that way. I'm a swine for that. I always put like the wrong amount of music in, and I have to on the fly start throwing stuff in, and it kind of fucks with me. So that's it. We've got 3 more songs. They're all fairly standard Lost Art songs. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, every single one of them you're gonna know, you're gonna love. But sometimes that's what the last hour, half hour is all about. Is about those little killers, and I'm into it. I've got here's a couple of songs, and I will talk to you fuckers. I will talk to you bastards. Well, you'll hear from me on Monday, and you will hear from me live next Saturday. Yes, let's do it.
Yes, my hand is like this. Go
hold, wild and what it seems. Give me the ring. Kill the king when love is the law. And the wheel turn round. Give me the ring. Forgiving dream, child, and do you hear me call? Give me the ring. On the long and on the level, I'm still on the floor. Give me the ring. Say, dream, child, and do you hear me call? Sing this corrosion to me. Hey now, sing this corrosion to me. Hey now, sing this corrosion to me. Hey now. Sing this corrosion to me. Hey now, sing this corrosion to me. Hey now, sing this corrosion to me. Hey now. Give me siren child, do you hear me? Give me siren child, do you hear me call? Sing child of right and wrong. Give me things that don't last long. Give me siren child, do you hear me call? Sing this corrosion to me. Hey now, sing this corrosion to me. Hey now, sing this corrosion to me. Hey now. On days like this, it's
the side.